So let's start. Hello everyone, my name is Bogo Zupančič. On the behalf of Future Architecture Platform and as the director of MAO, the Museum of Architecture and Design in Ljubljana, I would like to welcome you all on the 2021 Creative Exchange with the title Landscapes of Care. This is the 6th edition of the Central Convention of Future Architecture, and for the first time, instead of in the person in the Mao Castle, this year it is happening online. However, we are happy to have you via your video screens to help us together form this exciting 3-day event of architecture lovers and professionals. Many interesting lectures, discussions, and public programs with music and theater play are ahead of us. It is our pleasure to have representatives from all 27 members institutions right next to the 27 fellows for the year 2021. Also, we will have keynotes from renowned guests reflect on the topic landscapes of care and to set the tone before the intensive live discussions. Furthermore, I'm glad to announce that this is one of the first major events to introduce the idea behind the new European Bauhaus and give feedback on this important initiative. Now I will leave stage to moderator Matevž Čelik, the Future Architecture Program Director, to guide you through this event. I wish you all a pleasant conference.
Okay, now we can start. Distinguished guests and speakers, dear fellows and partners, dear viewers, dear followers, welcome to the Creative Exchange 2021. We are in Ljubljana, in Museum of Architecture and Design. My name is Matevž Čelik. I'm the founder of the Future Architecture Platform and its current program director. The Future Architecture Platform, since 2015, with the support of the Creative Europe program, connects architectural organizations across the continent and links their programs to create space for ideas of emerging architects, designers, multimedia artists, curators, urban planners, filmmakers, and other creative professionals who tackle current challenges in the field of architecture. This is the 6th Creative Exchange, and with it, we launch this year's Future Architecture program. Only a year ago, we have all been in this space for the last time physically, and we haven't thought that only within a month, we will be thrown in a completely new situation, into a different world. Curfews, social distancing, travel bans, digital work and education, failed governments who try to use the position of this difficult situation. Our perception of the world may be distorted at this moment, but we know that the world has been intensively and rapidly becoming a less healthy and less friendly environment over the last decades. The pandemic that has now shaken our daily lives is only the last thing that somehow shows what we humans have been doing with nature over the modern history. But not only with nature. The years of operation of the platform have been marked by many dramatical events and social tragedies, leading to growing social inequality and to worrying political disintegration of the world community. In parallel, we are witnessing a climate breakdown that still most of the countries are barely responding. Of course, all of this cannot be solved with architecture, but it is important for us all to be aware of the context in which we operate and the consequences of the project that we support with our knowledge and our work. A critical view of the future of our practice, of the future of architecture in a planetary context, is a minimum to start with if we are to contribute at least to shaping a little bit more harmonious development of our living environment. It has never been so urgent to understand the background and implications of every project we embark on, every project we are working on. What consequences will it have for the future? What consequences will it have on the environment? Whom do we empower by working on this project? Does it contribute to social justice and to the community? Or will it further exacerbate inequalities and conflicts? I hope that within these 6 years, the platform has opened space and offered support to a new generation of professionals who base their practices on critical reflection and demand greater accountability of architecture to society. The role of the platform is to strengthen their voice and to bring their ideas to the fore. At the outset of the platform, in 2015, I said that architecture can only be relevant if we turn the discussion about it into more critical production of ideas and projects that might help build a better future. I still think that it is extremely important to make the architectural discussion more productive, to think about how profession evolves today, how professional practice should change and develop, and how it should respond to the questions of today. Architects have the responsibility and the power to make a better, different future. In the platform, we have decided that this year, from this year on, the annual program of our exhibitions, workshops, events, conferences will have a common theme. And a year ago, together we selected a theme, Landscapes of Care. It was very encouraging to see that we received as many as 457 proposals and ideas to this year's call from ideas. And these ideas came from 63 countries. Social and environmental themes and questions are at the fore of these projects. This strengthens the role of the platform also to act as an aggregator for architecture and to help guide future EU policies in this sense. We bring together powerful voices from across continent and beyond. Global injustice, the climate, energy and economic crisis, pandemic, these cannot be fought alone. We can only fight these things together. We are encouraged by the new European Bauhaus project announced in September. It was inspiring to listen to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, stating that this is a cultural project needed to bring about a social and economic transition to a Green Deal, circular economy, renewables, and so on. The Creative Exchange 2021 connects the conversations within the platform with co-creative processes of the new European Bauhaus movement. I hope that through Landscape of Care, we will all contribute to the development of the movement. I'm very pleased today to introduce and welcome Mr. Xavier Troussard. In the past, Mr. Troussard worked on leading positions in European culture, where he developed the European Agenda for Culture, an EU strategy for cultural and creative industries, and contributed to the shaping of the EU Creative Europe program. Now, he is with us as the head of the new European Bauhaus at the European Commission's Joint Research Center. Mr. Troussard, welcome to the Future Architecture platform.
Hello, I don't know whether you can hear me. Apparently I cannot start my video myself, so somebody has to allow me in. Can I be allowed in? Because I don't know whether you hear me. Okay, so apparently I would be able to. Okay, so sorry for these technical hiccups at the beginning, and thank you very much first for your invitation to join you. I think your event is already, by the framing you gave to it, by the topic you gave to it, and by the interdisciplinary dimension that you have inbuilt in the event, is already bringing you at the core of the new European Bauhaus. And I'm sure that the event itself can be a wonderful source of contribution in our co-design process. If you allow me to share my screen, I will go through a very short presentation of the initiative, so that you have a better, perhaps, framework. So if it can work. So I hope it works and you can follow the presentation. So as was mentioned in the introduction, this new European Bauhaus was announced by the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, in the front of the Parliament last September. And this is a project which she's following personally, and in which she has a particular political investment. And why is it so? Because she believes that this new European Bauhaus project is the framework in which we can start thinking about a better living together after the pandemics. She also thinks that it is another way of revisiting the Green Deal, this big green transformation of Europe, from the perspective of people. That is, not just look at what are the threats, what are the challenges ahead, and what is perhaps the individual responsibility or even sense of guilt that we may have with respect to this transformation. But take it from the other side, the side of what opportunity is it to live better and to get a better experience with nature and with the spaces we live in, better health, and all the benefits that may come with this transition. It's also an opportunity for her to bring people outside of their traditional bubble, be it a professional bubble, a background bubble, a cultural bubble, and to explore how together might be also a place of innovation, because we cross perspectives. And that's also true within the Commission. It's an invitation for us to work across various services on this new project. It is, of course, a design process, if you wish, because, and that's where the reference to the old Bauhaus is relevant here, is the idea that while we had this form follows function coined by the Bauhaus 100 years ago, and which we're still living on, we believe that we have to enrich this narrative of design to factor in the planet boundaries and to aim at higher social purposes. So the function is not good enough. We have to aim for more. This project is also a way to look at how the market could be a vehicle for for new available sustainability solutions that could be become available but also affordable to everybody. So to look at how we can support developments of new lead markets is also important here. And last but not least, it's also an opportunity to think perhaps differently how we build the EU together and how we can deliver in a different way. The initial scope of the initiative is going far beyond buildings. So it's not about buildings. It's about the spaces where we live and the way we experience them. So the life which goes with it. It's therefore very broad. And within this broad scope, what we are focusing on is the integration of three fundamental dimensions. The sustainability dimension, so the Green Deal dimension, I would say, the aesthetics and the quality of experience for people, say what they expect from the places that will respond to even aspirations that are not functional, and the inclusion dimension. We're not thinking about things for the happy few, but for everybody in terms of accessibility, affordability, and other dimensions of inclusion. So basically, you are not in the new urban Bauhaus if you're just looking at sustainability or just looking at inclusion or just looking at aesthetics, but you are the core of the new urban Bauhaus when you try to integrate those dimensions in transformational projects. And the kind of transformation we're interested in are both transformation in the mindset and the culture, and this is both for the general public, but also the various communities that have to contribute to this transformation effort, including the business ecosystems that are involved in, for example, the construction sector. It's also about bringing tangible transformation in places, to work with territories and to make sure that we have transformation projects that embrace these three dimensions at the same time in a co-design process with citizens and other interested parties. And it's about also transforming the business ecosystems and bring new ideas to the market. The timeline is a bit different than what we have normally in the EU initiatives. We don't start with a communication and asking for comments. We start with a co-design phase, and I will develop a bit better this concept. And the design phase has officially started on the 18th of January and will be running up until the summer. In parallel, we're preparing the delivery. I will say a word. And later on, when we have learned something out of the piloting phase, we will go for a dissemination of the results beyond the few places that are associated with a few projects and beyond the EU too. The design phase is about inviting all the interested people to have conversations like the event you are having today, to really discuss what the new European Bauhaus could bring, what it is building on, what are the challenges that are the most pressing it should concentrate on. And we have prepared a toolkit to facilitate conversations, but you can, of course, use your own formats. But we believe in the strength of conversation, in particular to link people that come from different perspectives. And that's where we expect new ideas to come up. We have, of course, set up a website, which is a collector of the contributions that we have, and we have different entry points there. I will come back to that. There's a permanent invitation for partners, for the new European Bauhaus, and we will start also organizing a number of events ourselves. So what are we interested in collecting? So there are three things that we are interested in. We're interested in examples. So we want to learn from what people value, which already exists around them, as inspiring examples of this optimized integration of sustainability, inclusion, and aesthetics. We want also ideas and visions, so very, very concrete ideas about what the project should be about, how it should run, but also long-term visions about what it should deliver. We are also interested to learn from what you find as being problems, challenges, obstacles that this initiative could help tackling. So there's a collector for this kind of insights. But we have also a point where you can harvest the conversations you're having in a specific format, or upload your own harvesting of the conversation in the format you deem suitable for you. With respect to partners, we're looking for entities at different levels, from the international level to the local level, that have a capacity of reach out, which is of course proportionate to the place where they are active, and who are interested because of their activities, their mission to work with the New European Bauhaus. And so we ask them to be very concrete in what they propose as an initiative or a set of initiatives in support of the New European Bauhaus. And we'll have soon the first partners that will be published. We have already about 170 calls, applications for becoming partners. But that will be a continuous process. On the delivery, a few words. The first thing we have decided to do is to organize later this year a first prize for the New European Bauhaus, which will be building on inspirational examples. So we will have a specific call, distinct from the entry point I just mentioned before, for examples in different categories that would seek being awarded. Later, after 2021, we will probably create a new type of prize for the New European Bauhaus that would be more future-oriented. That is, to look at seedlings that could be encouraged to bring change and innovation. We are working also with the colleagues across the Commission services to look at what are the different instruments that we could use to support a piloting phase for the European Bauhaus. So we're looking in three directions that I mentioned before. That is, how can we have an impact on the places? So pilots that would be about local transformation projects where we could bring the values of the European Bauhaus. The second kind of things is about more the business ecosystems and how we create the path from ideas to the market. And the third one is about the mindset and the culture. We are also
sorry for interruption.
Yes.
I would like to remind you that you are at the first slide here. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's on.
So I don't,
your presentation didn't run.
My screen, I don't see the why it's not moving. But so I can then. It's probably that the presentation doesn't work actually. So I can stop sharing. Because I'm nearly at the conclusion of my presentation. So there will be on top of these calls a number of flanking measures that will be more geared towards supporting the community of the New European Bauhaus, because we see it not as a kind of commission initiative, but something that should be carried through a community building exercise. And so we will support this community and try to understand how we can empower actors within this community to actually become the leaders of the transformation we wish to have. And so through the design phase up until the summer, we will work on this support framework and refine it. And by the summer, we'll come with a more refined concept of what is the New European Bauhaus that we have understood the interested people want us to develop together with them, and what are the support measures that we can design. And of course, we will learn from the implementations of the measure and hopefully have relatively quick feedback loops that will allow us to adapt our support over time. So the support framework will not be also carved in stone for a decade, but rather be something that will evolve over time to support where needs are appearing and where also the support seems to be effective. So that's the way we conceive the initiative. And when again looking at your program and the way it was framed, I think that your conversations during the event and maybe specific conversations that you wish to organize in the margin could be very good contributions for us. I mean, I see a lot of examples that will be presented that could be shared with us. I see a number of ideas also that could be shared. and probably collectively you have a good sense of how we could efficiently support community like yours to bring the kind of change we wish for the new European Bauhaus across Europe. So I will stop here, and I'm happy to take any question or comment.
Thank you, Mr. Troussard. So I will, there are no questions at the moment. We will try to make notes as good as possible during these 3 days and submit our outcomes to you and hopefully contribute to the development of the new European Bauhaus.
Thank you very much. And we keep in touch then. And have a good evening.
Being with us.
Thank you very much.
Dear viewers and followers, now we are taking a short break of 15 minutes, and we will be back at 1:45. In between, you are invited to enjoy some music from our studio here, from Nicola.
Somos o Santos Collective, uma entidade coletiva sem fins lucrativos, formada por comerciantes do bairro de Santos Velho, em Lisboa, com o objetivo de ajudar a nossa comunidade com iniciativas sociais. A nossa ideia surgiu como reação aos problemas em que vivemos em comunidade.
Moje ime je Nina, dobrodošli u moj dom. Ovo je moja obitelj, 2 mačke, 18 biljki, 300 knjiga i ostali predmeti. Dio sam ženskog dizajnerskog kolektiva Oaza iz Zagreba. Svojom praksom borimo se protiv ustaljenih normi promišljanja, surađujući horizontalno, saznati željom. U nastavku slijedi fragmentalna prezentacija ideje, narativi prostora u filmu.
Ну, а санаториум премиум — это сообщество людей, которым не безразличны санатории, интересно тратить свои выходные на то, чтобы посещать их, изучать их, обсуждать их, проводить время в этом контексте. Это Инстаграм, где появляется самый разный, но всегда посвященный санаториям контент. Вот, и это попытка наладить вот эту связь нас и санаториев.
We are an office. 我们是不定型小组。
我是方肖阳。
丁思琪。
庄元培。
我们来自中国，成立于美国纽约。
我们关注空间体系中的不确定性、
矛盾性、
双关性，在项目看不见的景观中，
我们希望展现温室城市化与光合殖民的不同维度与侧面，
重审生态种植业中多面的自然与人性。
Materia Prima es un proyecto crítico de investigación que nace a partir de la asociación de la extracción intensiva de materiales del subsuelo y la transformación de esta materia en aquello que llamamos arquitectura.
Registra la pérdida y transformación del territorio, esta constante uso y desuso de los materiales, además de visibilizar el impacto de la industria extractivista y las radicales transformaciones causadas por sus gigantescos procedimientos mecánicos.
A la sauvette nació a distancia y tiene carácter ubicuo y digital. Aunque los 4 somos de Las Palmas, la movilidad ha sido una constante estos últimos años. En ninguno de nuestros proyectos hemos conseguido trabajar todos en el mismo lugar y al mismo tiempo. Este proyecto nace del deseo de juntarnos y celebrar, porque ni los directos de Instagram son iguales que un concierto, ni las reuniones por Zoom pueden sustituir el acto de juntarse y salir a la calle.
Hi, I'm Gili Korzewski.
And I'm Rosario Talevi.
We are 2 of 6 founding members of the Soft Agency Collective.
Surrounding us today, you see the site of the Floating University, a nature culture learning site in Berlin.
We're going to tell you a little bit more about Climate Care, which is a festival we initiated here in 2019.
Jmenuji se Magdalena Havlová, jsem architektka žijící a působící v Praze, kde se kromě své vlastní praxe věnuji doktorantskému studiu na Akademii výtvarných umění. Ve své práci se zabývám typologií architektury obecně prospěšného bydlení, její historií a jejím budoucím vývojem. Pro platformu Future Architecture bych chtěla realizovat projekt, který blíže reflektuje úlohu poloveřejných prostor právě těchto obecních a družstevních domů.
Jeg heter Anna-Ulrik Andersen, norsk arkitekturhistoriker og filmskaper. Jeg har en PhD fra The Bartlett og jobber som forsker på et prosjekt ved Universitetet i Oxford som handler om helse, velferd og arkitektur. Men det prosjektet som jeg meldte på Future Architecture, det et sideprosjekt som på en måte har fått utvikle seg litt parallelt med andre ting jeg driver med. Og det heter The Architecture of Chronic Illness.
Colectivo Puncis somos una cooperativa de urbanistas, sociólogas y arquitectas que trabajamos desde el 2005 repensando los espacios desde una perspectiva feminista e interseccional, que tiene en cuenta la diversidad de necesidades de todas las personas. Durante estos años hemos trabajado en más de 150 pueblos y ciudades del mundo, incorporando la voz de las personas a través de la participación y la acción comunitaria. Nuestro objetivo es transformar los espacios poniendo la sostenibilidad y los cuidados en el centro de las decisiones urbanas.
Hola, benvinguts a l'Oasi. L'Àlvaro, l'Eduarda, el Sergio i jo vam formar equip al màster habilitant de l'Escola d'Arquitectura del Vallès per desenvolupar el projecte de reordenació de les gires del riu Llobregat al seu pas per aquest municipi, per Seient. Les inquietuds dels 4 ens van portar a voler donar resposta a l'encàrrec amb la restauració paisatgística d'aquest espai on em trobo ara. Una àrea fortament transformada per un passat industrial que segueix encara aquí latent.
Jag heter Erika Henriksson och är en arkitekt från Norrbotten i Sverige som för tillfället bor i Norge. Just nu sitter jag och skriver på min praktikbaserade PhD som beskriver hur praktiken arkiterapi bildades genom ett undersökande byggprojekt som inleddes som ett samarbete mellan mig och 2 personer boende på en rehabiliteringsklinik. Och i nästa del kommer jag att presentera arkiterapi tillsammans med videomaterial från projektet som praktiken tagit form genom.
Hi, we're Sonic Acts of Noticing. Our team is comprised of 2 architectural designers and educators, a sound artist and 2 web design researchers.
We come together with our overlapping interests to explore the potential of foregrounding the sonic in the creation of emancipatory spaces.
Our project deploys listening as a critical spatial practice. It has been developed in response to the question, how can we find and amplify acts of care on the high street?
Здравейте! Казвам се Моника Маринова, занимавам се с архитектура, дипломирах се в Манчестър и Лондон Метрополитън Юниверсити. В момента работя и живея в Бургас. Проектът, който ще видите представен в следващото видео, изследва социалния аспект на архитектурата и е награден с Young Talent Architecture Award на Европейския съюз. По-подробно, проектът изследва възможността на архитектурата да ни обединява като общество и чрез дизайна на околната среда да възпитава в нас добра етика, социална загриженост и обществена сплотеност.
Bonjour, nous sommes David Dautelonde et Vendry Marchais, architectes et cofondateurs de l'atelier Senzu, agence d'architecture basée à Paris. Nous explorons les nouvelles manières de penser et de faire le projet dans un contexte contemporain en profonde mutation, pour préfigurer un futur qui soit plus désirable à travers un enjeu principal, celui de l'éducation.
En réponse au sujet Landscape of Care, nous avons souhaité présenter les multiples relations qui existent entre architecture et pédagogie et comment elles s'influencent l'une et l'autre.
Hallo, mijn naam is Willem. Ik ben sinds 2 jaar afgestudeerd als architect en ik woon en werk hier in Brussel. In 2018 ben ik met een aantal collega-studenten naar Ayacucho in Peru getrokken om onderzoek te doen naar de manier waarop de stad Ayacucho minder waterafhankelijk kan worden en hoe circulaire waterinfrastructuur eigenlijk deel kan worden van het stedelijk weefsel en van het publieke landschap. En op die manier een gedeelde cultuur rond water kan doen ontstaan.
Hi, we are Puzzle, a collective of young and enthusiastic architects from North Macedonia, launched in 2018. This is the team: Adelina Fazer, Sanja Avramoska, Irena Damianoska, Brankitsa Dogazanska, and Valbona Fazer. We are sharing with you Back to Nature.
My name is Franny, and my mom and I co-wrote a manual for mothers with acquired disabilities. The manual is designed specifically for the folder that patients receive upon discharge from a rehabilitation center, offering first-person, home-based tactical design strategies for hemiplegics like my mom, who might receive training on independent living, but who actually find themselves responsible for many types of care. The manual is divided into 4 parts: the floor, the drawers, what we're calling the background, and the street. The following video starts with the floor, providing diagrams and a glimpse at how we narrate the manual, hyphening the perspective of a mother and her daughter.
We are Alberta Lauritsen, Alicia Meyer, Sejal Tank, Sophie Williams, Hannah Rosenberg, and Marianna Janovic, and we are EDIT, Feminist Design Collective. We focus on the enduring biases and hierarchies embedded into the environments surrounding us. Our approach uses design as a tool to support more equal interactions, both during the design process and as the outcome of the finished project.
Biz FemArk kolektifi, kesişimsel projeler üzerinde çalışan bir grup kadın mimarız.
On vit toutes à Berlin, mais on vient de contextes divers et nos centres d'intérêt sont différents.
Der F-Walk ist ein laufender Prozess, für den wir die Vielfalt subjektiver Raumerfahrungen und unterschiedlicher Zugangsmöglichkeiten zu Raum dokumentieren und diese auf eine körperbetonte Art vermitteln.
My name is Josephine Michau, Portuguese architect living in Bristol. Here, a statue of a slave trader was thrown into the harbor. This is one of our digital archive stories.
Hi, I'm Anna. I'm an artist and I'm the mother of an Afro-European girl.
My name is Mari. I'm an African-European designer. I have family all across Europe.
Hola, soy Jorgelina Sabert.
Yo soy Juan González del Cerro, ambos argentinos, y estamos detrás del proyecto Minorities in Metropolis. Jorgelina es diseñadora, yo director de arte, y ambos compartimos interés por la fotografía. Nos conocimos en Barcelona, casualmente en el barrio del Raval.
Comenzamos registrando las peluquerías que nos cautivaron por la estética que las caracteriza, y acabamos descubriendo una gran comunidad con fuertes lazos solidarios y gran apoyo entre sí.
Hola a todos, soy Carlos Lanusa, ganador de la Writing Gran Final de esta edición de Future Architecture con la propuesta Borders of Cares. La idea nace de una obsesión sobre las continuas agresiones de fronteras que cometemos cada día en la búsqueda de nuevas maneras de sentir o vivir, y cómo la arquitectura puede ser un medio para satisfacer o impedir estos movimientos. Es un tema que pone en valor otra manera de ver la arquitectura y trasladable a múltiples formatos.
Hello, nice to meet you online. My name is Yue.
together with this team of artists and designers in the Netherlands, Russia, and UK. From 2019, we have been exploring the ways in which art and artistic research could inform urban development through looking at landscapes.
Hola, I'm Gabriela, a Peruvian architect and design researcher. The plural landscapes of food systems, their politics and ecologies are the framework of my design practice.
Ahlan, I'm Mayar, a Swiss Egyptian design researcher, currently focusing on food and cooking as a medium to create spaces of exchange and communal reflection. Cocinas Alterinas, or Alton kitchens, only scratches the surface of the endless possibilities of kitchens as spaces of care, resilience, and resistance. Care to join us?
Hello, I'm Alexander Auris. I'm a Peruvian architect living and working in Brussels for 2 years. The idea that I present this year for Future Architecture platform is called Queer Commons, and it's a research method for queer spaces in the city. This method has been tested in Berlin, and now I'm gonna show you some of my process of this project. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. Our next task is to do annual reflection summary. Every year, we invite a thinker, someone from within the profession, or someone with a strong opinion, to reflect on the ideas which we receive. Annual reflection summary is a resume of key concepts, of intellectual breakthrough, of intuitions, of narratives, that we can detect in your ideas. And it is at the same time a reflection from the perspective of future developments in architecture. And I'm very happy that this year we have with us Amica Dall, who kindly accepted to work on these demanding tasks and presented this year's reflection summary. And who could be most competent for that? Amica is a writer, a designer, a strategist whose work focuses on the intersection between the built and the social life of cities and the communication of the design-related issues to wider audiences. Trained in anthropology of built environment, Amica is one of the co-founders of the art, architecture, and design practice Assemble, with whom she has been working for 10 years now. Aside from that, Amica is also a long-term trustee of the Teatrum Mundi, who is our valued new member. Amica, welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'll just pop on my screen share and we can get ready. Okay, let's see if I can. Great. Well, first of all, thank you very much for that really kind introduction, and well, thanks for the invitation more than anything. It's been a real privilege actually to get to spend so much time with these proposals, and also to have the chance to share my thoughts on them. And it's a particular privilege to do that without having to judge them. I think very often when you're in a position where you're invited to look at a kind of a large range of thought or thinking, your position is always to make distinctions between them. And actually it's quite a different and quite extraordinary experience to just be able to look across them all without judgment. And that experience actually has been really enlightening for me. And my thanks for that is primarily to you guys, to everyone who's submitted to this forum and whose work and imagination and care have created such a rich and strange and shifting landscape of texts and images to engage with, which I think is hugely appropriate for the strange and shifting year that we've had. When taken together, these proposals form a kind of dream cloud, which hold an understanding or set of meaning which are quite different to those which you encounter when you meet these proposals one by one. It's a thing that I would describe it as, it's a little bit like looking at a crowd from a height, and it's a view that is both revealing but also occluding. It reveals some things and it hides others. And like a dream, shifting through the whole set produces some dreamlike qualities, and there are jump cuts, flickering montages, magical logics, uncanny recurrences, and some words have looped and swung through this dream cloud like birds diving for insects at dusk, suggests, opens, enables, reveals, invites, explores, provokes, inhabits. And I'm going to take the rest of this space that you've given me to talk about these words and about the language of contemporary architectural discourse as it's represented here. How we think and how we talk about things matters. How we talk about things matters because it's the closest we can get to describing how we think about things, and how we think about things matters because it animates, shapes, and sustains what we do. So this is a view of the language of architecture in these proposals. It's the view from the train. So I'm looking at this landscape in a way in which it is both blurred, but also unfolded. So let's see if we can go through this. On the screen now, you can see some of the phrases that I found recurring, some of the fragments that make up this word cloud. And I'm just going to flip through them quickly to also give you something of that view from the train. So where do we start? Words are good enough. In her much lauded
Amica, your presentation is not moving forward.
Huh? Sorry?
Your slides do not move forward.
Okay, well, I guess I should just keep going because they're only text, so hopefully they'll catch up. The text you should be reading now is Words Are Good Enough. In her much lauded shimmering autobiography, Argonauts, writer and academic Maggie Nelson reflects on her relationship with language, reflecting on Wittgenstein's dictum, what is inexpressible is contained inexpressibly within the expressed. She goes on to argue that to her, up to that point, she'd always glossed this as meaning words are enough. Words are good enough. Are they good enough for our purposes? Are our words good enough for our purposes? What is strange and surprising about the exercise of reading through all these proposals is not the diversity between them in terms of outlook, concern, and method, but the similarities in terms of tone and language, the techniques of thinking, the words that stand in place of thinking, and the urgency of thinking that is struggling to find words. Words are not transparent. They're not a screen through which we see clearly into each other's minds, but neither are they totally opaque, a brick wall. Rather, they're something we must work with carefully, something to climb up, from whose vantage point, if we lean and squint, we can see something across the space between us. What becomes clear in an overview of these proposals is that architecture as a discipline, as represented here, is struggling for a new language, a language which protects us from the grandiosity and hubris of the past, but which retains the capacity to be ambitious, specific, and hopeful. We need ways of talking about power, collectivity, and agency, which are capable of making more accurate descriptions of the present, of actually existing people, of diagnosing what prevents the change that we seek, of sharing more nuanced proposals for action. Can we start to develop that language here, together? Our words don't need to be perfect, they just need to be good enough. Can our words be good enough? It's too easy to allow the language of contract to seep into spaces that should be nurturing hope and risk, the language of evasion and defense into the places where we need to be both precise and vulnerable, the language of bureaucracy to fill up the spaces which we would wish to hold open for critical dialogue. It seems it might be time to remind ourselves that there are worse things than failure. Freedom is an endless meeting. For all of this, it's worth pointing out that across these proposals, there was an awful lot of talk about talking. Many proposals want to open the space for dialogue, to prompt conversations, to provoke interaction, to create opportunities for collective reflection. So we know that talking is important, which is interesting in a way, as we live in the information age at a moment when it's never been easier to disseminate ideas and opinions. So what marks these ambitions for communication out, it seems, reading between the lines, is the idea that these conversations might be transformative, that it might have a democratic function. It's worth looking at this ambition a little bit more carefully. In her extraordinary 2002 book, Freedom is an Endless Meeting, Francesca Paletta proposes that in order to think clearly about actually existing participatory democracies, we need first to make a distinction between the prefigurative and the strategic. In the prefigurative mode, a group of people play out or model a mode of collective relating within given limits, but which perhaps offer a real-world example of what a more participatory future might look like. It's not a prototype or a test, but a thing in itself, in much the way a child is not a prototype or a test for a future adult, but a being in itself with a value which is absolute and not dependent on future manifestation or effectivity. In a sense, the prefigurative is the do as we do model, the model in which the means are identical with the ends. In the strategic mode, the means produce but are not identical with the ends. A group creates a goal by consensus and then works to create the means to achieve that goal. That goal might be future participatory democracies. To give a very contemporary, if not quite perfect example, Extinction Rebellion's campaign to have governing bodies establish citizens' assemblies. Sometimes there might be a very strong element of do as we do, but the dominant mode of the strategic is the do as we say. Many of the careful, considerate, articulate proposals which have conversation and communication as a core goal, whether by creating installations, spaces, seating, or social systems, of these, very few are clear about what they seek or want to achieve. The easy answer to this is that these conversations themselves should be open-ended, but this is, I want to propose, perhaps a little disingenuous and requires re-examination. Open-ended autogenic transformation is a goal in and of itself, but for who is involved in this process? The conversation between what group, around what resource, in what context? It's important to be honest when you intervene in a situation. And first of all, you must be honest with yourself. There is no such thing as a disinterested actor. There is perhaps only the actor who has not worked out what their own interests are. All action has politics. Why are we talking? What are we talking about? What kind of conversation over what time frame with what power to enact? As Paletta points out later in her book, the means do determine the end. The process makes the project. Next section's Leviathan thinking. In his 2018 book, Common Ground, Jeremy Gilbert argues that it's not enough to replace individualism with the idea of community or collectivity without first dismantling the idea of collectivity that he argues has been dominant in Western democracies since the 1800s, in which every individual primarily relates to one another via a hierarchical intermediary. That is, primary social relations are vertical and never horizontal. a social body, are connected via their relationship with authority. The second thing, which he says has characterized our approach to collectivity, is that communities are understood, or crowds are understood, as the median of all the contained individuals, something which is added up and then divided out, what Gilbert calls a super individual, or a contemporary Leviathan that acts like a single giant. As Gilbert argues, and that those of us who've been involved in collective processes are perhaps very aware, collectivity is generative, propositional, and unknowable. The interactions between groups of people, between individuals and groups, create a direct excess of meaning and possibility that cannot be deduced or predicted from the things that go into that collection. People are not numbers. This is the real nature of collaboration. When you actually collaborate, you make something new which neither person before knew was possible. And the same is true in communities, in collectivities, and in commoning. Communities are not homogeneous, but heterogeneous, and always contain many different sections with competing needs, competing ambitions, and competing demands. Oops. Not only the current practice, but also the recent history of architectural discourse gives us good reason to be cautious about cause and effect. And across these proposals, there is a certain attitude of caution, care, and openness, which is perhaps an early sign of a greater generational shift, which many believe might be underway. But we mustn't go so far that we distance ourselves from any possibility of agency, lose any capacity to critically reflect on our own actions. That we are at risk of this is evidenced in the language which stretches out the relationship between what we do and what happens. I've characterized this here as algebraic thinking, where X is a tool for Y is a way of thinking about N is an approach to Z is a way of starting a conversation about X. Can we help each other together within this forum to find a position which is based on neither willing the world into being at a level that we are essentially constructing fictions in which people distant from us and situations distant from us act as we desire them to, or on the other hand, on a profound timidity, where the most an architect can hope to do is cause someone else to share their own preoccupation? Can we find a language to talk about intentions and intentionality? What I start to see played out in this algebraic thinking is a kind of drama between responsibility and power, an attempt to understand how you can take responsibility without taking or assuming power. A drama between a vision of a world which is loose, plastic, intermingled with little certainty about cause and effect, and another vision of the world in which concerted action can have distinct and ambitious and radical consequences. Can we bring ourselves into the conversation in a meaningful way, without resuming the paternalism and determinism which wrought such damage, both to the world and to our sense of ourselves as a profession? Start with the bad new ones. As well as the question about intentionality, whether our projects are predominantly in the prefigurative or the strategic modes as raised by Paletta, or a question of how we think about collectivity as raised by Gilbert, or a question of how we think about cause and effect. There is also a question about how we relate to a situation, or how we situate ourselves and our projects in time. How do we think about the future? Does it already exist imminent in the present, or is it yet to be determined? How much is chaos and how much is purpose? At the heart of architecture, there has always been the act of instruction, to create something, a drawing, a model, that tells someone else how to do something. A line becomes a wall. As an architect, you act as the central point in a network of forces acting on the non-building, the building to be, the building which is becoming. Behind many of these proposals, there was a consistent and very welcome precision about some aspects, whether it was the location, the tool of intervention, the constituency, beautifully observed photographs, drawings, beautifully made objects. But in many, if not perhaps in most, there was a strange vagueness around temporality. and not the vagueness that architecture often diagnoses between temporariness and permanence. Hal Foster's caustic but fantastic book about the state of contemporary art, Bad New Days, draws its title from Bertolt Brecht's dictum on how to imagine a better future. Don't start with the good old days, start with the bad new ones. To this I'm going to add, don't start with a fictional future, start with the actually existing present. How can we apply this dictum to our own thinking and the way that we conceive and develop proposals as architects? Right across these proposals, there is a consistent feeling of dissatisfaction, of concern, of worry about the general state of things. But just as pervasive as a lack of specificity generated by a focus on a future, which failed to locate itself and its field of action in the present. We are shy, it seems, of making assertions about the present. We are shy of making diagnoses. But the present is not only where we are now, it's where we will always be, where all of our action always take place. The problem with the future is that it never arrives. Uncertainty about the future makes it hard to take action. As we strain our eyes and ears to hear and see it, we trip and we stumble, and it's easy to become timid and disorientated. But the thing we are tripping up on is the present. So eagerly trying to bring the horizon into focus, we trample and stumble on the inconvenient, stubbornly actually existing present. So how to move forward on this? In Bad New Days, Hal Foster argues that the meaningful site of the avant-garde is no longer the future, but the present. Pure criticality, like subversion, sarcasm, and surrealism have run their course, and it's no longer useful to stand outside and subvert, expound, or explain. What is needed now, Foster argues, is attention and precision. Look at what is here and try to understand it, work into it, and worry at it. If we seek to transform a given order, then what we are looking for, he argues, are the fractures that already exist within that given order, and we need to find them in order to pressure them further, perhaps even activate them somehow. So what does it mean to try and activate a fracture in the given order? Well, I think we can start with language. If I read one sentence that looped through the white noise of variation across these proposals like a refrain, it was, stakeholders will be engaged. So I've covered my thoughts on the issue of stakeholders as either passive or uniform above. But if anything, there is something even more important happening in this thought. It's describing a relational process without anyone to do the relating. I was struck, if you can be struck, by an absence, or by a negative, or by a passive, by the almost uniform use of the passive voice across all of these proposals. Anywhere that we heard the active voice, it was nearly always in the past tense. The agency of the architect, the future architect, dissolves in front of your eyes into a kind of cloud of well-meaning, disembodied doing. It will start to rain. The stakeholders will be engaged. A conversation will be enabled. I believe there is a beating heart and a set of critical minds behind this wall of disembodied words, and I would like to meet them. I'd like to meet them in real life, but I would also like to meet them on the page. Words are good enough. Whose fingers are tracing the cracks in the surface of deadening social forms? Whose fingers are putting pressure on those cracks? Whose bodies move into them and force them, hold them apart and activate them? Can we give each other confidence and certainty to start with who we are and where we are? We have to find a way of understanding ourselves as actors deeply in the mix of things, not agencies standing outside of them. There are many steps to this process, many years of calcified habit to work through, many deeply political and personal discussions that we need to have within ourselves and between each other and in our wider communities. But starting with the bad new days, can we start where we are? Can we challenge each other, at least, first of all, to talk in the first person, to own our opinions, to own our ideas, and to own our action? can we start to use the active voice? One of the last things I'd like to highlight that that stood out for me, I've kind of titled, "What you don't know won't hurt you." There seems to be a really powerful belief looping through most of these proposals in the innate goodness of people, which is both deeply encouraging and very deeply warming. It's almost as if there is a kind of shared belief that if only other people could be made to see and understand what is really happening, or if they can see it already, then if they could be made to connect to it emotionally, or if they're connected to it emotionally, if they could understand how to act on it, then things would change. So many of these proposals turn on the idea of revelation, things that are revealed, explained, shared, discussed. Based on the idea really that it is what we don't see, what we don't connect to, what we don't discuss that's going to hurt us. If only we can see, we will act. And I find it like the optimism of this really, really restorative as I do the kind of belief in the transformational power of knowledge. But there is a catch. It's now pretty well established by research in sociology, psychology, behavioral economics, any field really that actively studies behavior, that opinion change does not create behavior change. Each of these disciplines has its own language and terminology and kind of framework for approaching this phenomenon, but overarchingly, there seems to be general agreement that it is relationships and social contexts that create behavioral change. Again, we're circling around the idea of who does what, of our responsibility and of our role. We can't hide in the passive voice, but neither can we hide in the hope that someone else will take action if we can change their opinion about something. We have to be there too. Finally, I wanted to end with this idea about criticality is not violent. There's a wonderful poem by Frank O'Hara in which he describes the critic as the snake in his orchard, which at first sounds sinister, but then secondarily sounds hopeful, because the snake is the agent of knowledge. Bruno Latour, a great critic and a great champion of critics, argues, the critic is not the one who debunks, but the one who assembles. The critic is not the one who lifts the rug from under the feet of the naive believers, but the one who offers the participant arenas in which to gather, the one for whom, if something is constructed, then it means it is fragile and in need of great attention and great care. So can we reframe criticality to ourselves not as an act of violence, but as an act of care? Can we use a critical reading of the present as a way of caring, as a mode of caring about the future, as a mode of caring about what's really happening under our feet and in front of our eyes? So when all of these observations kind of come together, I think there's a kind of pretty straightforward observation, which is about positioning yourself within the conversations more firmly, about trusting your own observations, and about thinking ambitiously about how to act on them. We both need to understand the present, but also to have some eye on the future. What we need maybe is a kind of bifocal attention, which can see both what's before us, but also shift and keep the long view in focus. How can we cultivate this simultaneous possibility, which refuses the gap between practice and theory, but sees thinking animating doing, and doing transforming thinking? Can we find ways to re-articulate our ambitions, ways which are precise about the conditions, issues, problems that our projects address? Can we together push each other into this precision, whilst being generous and far-sighted about the wider context, the vast social surface, to borrow from Foster, in which the fractures that we might work in occur? Can we find ways to help each other find hope, possibility in the fracture in these bad new days? Can we as architects bring discourse into the active voice? Can we start to talk in the first person again? Can we move ourselves into the thick of things as compromised, contingent, but nevertheless humane and ambitious actors? Thank you.
Erika? It was a dive into ideas and your thoughts. We received some questions related to you. Here is one of our first fellows from 5 or 4 years ago, Bense Komlozi. He's asking if you are more a writer or a doer. What is that important to write besides taking actions, and how do they work together?
I would say that writing is a way of developing a critical practice that helps you understand how to position yourself in action. I think pure action, it's very difficult in an industry and in a practice which is based around the need to create momentum and create possibility. It's very difficult to create reflective space to think about what you're doing. And I don't see the two activities as separate, actually. I think the substance of the thinking which animates the writing comes from experience of doing. And vice versa, I think the space that you create by writing and talking changes the way that you might act in the future. And it sounds a little bit evasive, and I don't really mean to be evasive, but they're very deeply entangled practices. And I don't think you have to be a writer to create critically reflective space around your own practice at all. I think it's totally possible through conversation and through just thinking about the way that you address and talk and respond to things in everyday language and everyday discourse. It doesn't require specialized language. It's more that specialized language can sometimes help us understand what's embedded in what we're saying, perhaps in a more automatic register when we talk about projects and we talk about each other's work.
Pipo Chora, our friend from Maxi, says that given the nice things that you said about criticism, he thinks that the nicest thing to do now is to remind of an old friend, Richard Ingersoll, our wonderful architecture critic and possibly the best human being in the architecture world. People think he's the perfect example of criticism and care. And unfortunately, he died of post-COVID consequences a few days ago. Amica, why do you think things got so complicated? It seemed that in the past, everything was very clear. We know what role everyone has, what everyone needs to do. And now we somehow have to explore this anew. I have the feeling that the world got very complicated.
I think things always feel complicated when you're in a moment of transition, because the lines haven't been drawn and the precedents haven't been set. But I think more than that, some of the perceived simplicity was based on violence, on acts of exclusion. Things seem simple when you're only listening to a small range of voices, when you're only taking into account a small range of people's life experiences, when power structures are relatively stable and simple. And I think the complexity that we're experiencing now is actually the complexity which was always there, which is generated by a large number of actors with different experiences, different life worlds, moving into the arena of discussion, moving into the field of people who make decisions about how things are going to be. So I think it really is about an expanded field of vision, revealing a set of complexities that have always existed, but perhaps complexities which the privileged have been able to overlook, oversimplify, overdetermine. And it's not just about power transformation, it's about the transformation of communication as well. It's also much more possible to see a greater field of complexity because we have so many more ways to see now. But even in a group of 5 or 6 people, when you consider the complexity that open-ended interaction between people that's not been pre-coded can create, we can also find, we can find greater complexity almost anywhere. It's a question of control, I think.
Thank you, Amica, and thank you for your reflections. I'm sure we will reread them many times. They will be published online on the Future Architecture Platform webpage. And now, everyone, you can listen to Amica again tomorrow at 1 p.m. She will talk about her work. And now we are taking a 15-minute break again. And during the break, you can enjoy the music again. But at the end, you are invited to join discussions in the 3 sessions that will take place today in parallel. And in the first session, that will be moderated by Alexandra Cruz from Oslo Architecture Triennale and Andreas Ruby from Swiss Architecture Museum, you can meet Santos Collective from Lisbon, Oasa Collective from Zagreb, and Sanatorium Premium plus Cultura from Moscow. And they will talk about public space. In the landscape session, which will be moderated by Josephine Michau and Viktorija Šiaulytė, Josephine coming from the Copenhagen Architecture Festival, and Viktorija Šiaulytė from Architektūros fondas from Vilnius. You can meet fellows from Uncertainty Network Office from New York, Erika, Loana, and Gabriela Sisniega from Mexico City, and a la sauvette, a team from Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. The third session is about houses. It will be moderated by Trino Jari from Estonian Architecture Museum, and the fellows that participate in this discussion are Climate Care, Soft Agency from Berlin, Verena von Beckerath and her large team from Weimar, and Magdalena Havlova from Prague. The sessions have been created in order to create some meaningful discussions based on the proposals that you sent and were selected by the members of the platform. I apologize in advance to everyone who doesn't feel to fit, especially into a particular group, but the discussions are considered to be very wide, and you can open up questions that you find relevant and necessary. So enjoy the break and the music, and see you in 3:30.
Somos o Santos Collective, uma entidade coletiva sem fins lucrativos, formada por comerciantes do bairro de Santos Velho, em Lisboa, com o objetivo de ajudar a nossa comunidade com iniciativas sociais. A nossa ideia surgiu como reação aos problemas a que vivemos em comunidade.
Moje ime je Nina, dobrodošli u moj dom. Ovo je moja obitelj, 2 mačke, 18 biljki, 300 knjiga i ostali predmeti. Dio sam ženskog dizajnerskog kolektiva Oaza iz Zagreba. Svojom praksom borimo se protiv ustaljenih normi promišljanja, surađujući horizontalno, saznati željom. U nastavku slijedi fragmentalna prezentacija ideje, narativi prostora u filmu.
Ну, а санаториум премиум – это сообщество людей, которым не безразличны санатории, интересно тратить свои выходные на то, чтобы посещать их, изучать их, обсуждать их, проводить время в этом контексте. Это Инстаграм, где появляется самый разный, но всегда посвященный санаториям контент. Вот, и это попытка наладить вот эту связь нас и санаториев.
We are an office. 我们是不定型小组。
我是方肖阳。
丁思琪。
庄元培。
我们来自中国，成立于美国纽约。
我们关注空间体系中的不确定性、
矛盾性、
双关性，在项目看不见的景观中，我们希望展现温室城市化与光合殖民的不同维度与侧面，
重审生态种植业中多面的自然与人性。
Materia Prima es un proyecto crítico de investigación que nace a partir de la asociación de la extracción intensiva de materiales del subsuelo y la transformación de esta materia en aquello que llamamos arquitectura.
Registra la pérdida y transformación del territorio, este constante uso y desuso de los materiales, además de visibilizar el impacto de la industria extractivista y las radicales transformaciones causadas por sus gigantescos procedimientos mecánicos.
A la sauvette nació a distancia y tiene carácter ubicuo y digital. Aunque los 4 somos de Las Palmas, la movilidad ha sido una constante estos últimos años. En ninguno de nuestros proyectos hemos conseguido trabajar todos en el mismo lugar y al mismo tiempo. Este proyecto nace del deseo de juntarnos y celebrar, porque ni los directos de Instagram son iguales que un concierto, ni las reuniones por Zoom pueden sustituir el acto de juntarse y salir a la calle.
Hi, I'm Gili Korzewski.
And I'm Rosario Talevi.
We are 2 of 6 founding members of the Soft Agency Collective.
Surrounding us today, you see the site of the Floating University, a nature culture learning site in Berlin.
We're going to tell you a little bit more about Climate Care, which is a festival we initiated here in 2019.
Jmenuji se Magdalena Havlová, jsem architektka žijící a působící v Praze, kde se kromě své vlastní praxe věnuji doktorantskému studiu na Akademii výtvarných umění. Ve své práci se zabývám typologií architektury obecně prospěšného bydlení, její historií a jejím budoucím vývojem. Pro platformu Future Architecture bych chtěla realizovat projekt, který blíže reflektuje úlohu poloveřejných prostor právě těchto obecních a družstevních domů.
Jeg heter Anna-Ulrik Andersen, norsk arkitekturhistoriker og filmskaper. Jeg har en PhD fra The Bartlett og jobber som forsker på et prosjekt ved Universitetet i Oxford som handler om helse, velferd og arkitektur. Men det prosjektet som jeg meldte på Future Architecture, det et sideprosjekt som på en måte har fått utvikle seg litt parallelt med andre ting jeg driver med. Og det heter The Architecture of Chronic Illness.
Colectivo Puncis somos una cooperativa de urbanistas, sociólogas y arquitectas que trabajamos desde el 2005 repensando los espacios desde una perspectiva feminista e interseccional, que tiene en cuenta la diversidad de necesidades de todas las personas. Durante estos años hemos trabajado en más de 150 pueblos y ciudades del mundo, incorporando la voz de las personas a través de la participación y la acción comunitaria. Nuestro objetivo es transformar los espacios poniendo la sostenibilidad y los cuidados en el centro de las decisiones urbanas.
Hola, benvinguts a l'Oasi. L'Àlvaro, l'Eduarda, el Sergio i jo vam formar equip al màster habilitant de l'Escola d'Arquitectura del Vallès per desenvolupar el projecte de reordenació de les lleres del riu Llobregat al seu pas per aquest municipi, per Sallent. Les inquietuds dels quatre ens van portar a voler donar resposta a l'encàrrec amb la restauració paisatgística d'aquest espai on em trobo ara, una àrea fortament transformada per un passat industrial que segueix encara aquí latent.
Jag heter Erika Henriksson och är en arkitekt från Norrbotten i Sverige som för tillfället bor i Norge. Just nu sitter jag och skriver på min praktikbaserade PhD som beskriver hur praktiken arkiterapi bildades genom ett undersökande byggprojekt som inleddes som ett samarbete mellan mig och 2 personer boende på en rehabiliteringsklinik. Och i nästa del kommer jag att presentera arkiterapi tillsammans med videomaterial från projektet som praktiken tagit form genom.
Hi, we're Sonic Acts of Noticing. Our team is comprised of 2 architectural designers and educators, a sound artist, and 2 web design researchers.
We come together with our overlapping interests to explore the potential of foregrounding the sonic in the creation of emancipatory spaces.
Our project deploys listening as a critical spatial practice. It has been developed in response to the question, how can we find and amplify acts of care on the high street?
Здравейте! Казвам се Моника Маринова, занимавам се с архитектура, дипломирах се в Манчестър и Лондон Метрополитън Юниверсити. В момента работя и живея в Бургас. Проектът, който ще видите представен в следващото видео, изследва социалния аспект на архитектурата и е награден с Young Talent Architecture Award на Европейския съюз. По-подробно, проектът изследва възможността на архитектурата да ни обединява като общество и чрез дизайна на околната среда да възпитава в нас добра етика, социална загриженост и обществена сплотеност.
Bonjour, nous sommes David Dautelonde et Vendry Marchais, architectes et cofondateurs de l'atelier Senzu, agence d'architecture basée à Paris. Nous explorons les nouvelles manières de penser et de faire le projet dans un contexte contemporain en profonde mutation, pour préfigurer un futur qui soit plus désirable à travers un enjeu principal, celui de l'éducation.
En réponse au sujet Landscape of Care, nous avons souhaité présenter les multiples relations qui existent entre architecture et pédagogie et comment elles s'influencent l'une et l'autre.
Hallo, mijn naam is Willem. Ik ben sinds 2 jaar afgestudeerd als architect en ik woon en werk hier in Brussel. In 2018 ben ik met een aantal collega-studenten naar Ayacucho in Peru getrokken om onderzoek te doen naar de manier waarop de stad Ayacucho minder waterafhankelijk kan worden en hoe circulaire waterinfrastructuur eigenlijk deel kan worden van het stedelijk weefsel en van het publieke landschap. En op die manier een gedeelde cultuur rond water kan doen ontstaan.
Hi, we are Puzzle, a collective of young and enthusiastic architects from North Macedonia, launched in 2018. This is the team: Adelina Fazer, Sanja Avramoska, Irena Damianoska, Brankitsa Dogazenska, and Valbona Fazer. We are sharing with you Back to Nature.
My name is Franny, and my mom and I co-wrote a manual for mothers with acquired disabilities. The manual is designed specifically for the folder that patients receive upon discharge from a rehabilitation center, offering first-person, home-based tactical design strategies for hemiplegics like my mom,
who might receive training on independent living, but who actually find themselves responsible for many types of care. The manual is divided into 4 parts: the floor, the drawers, what we're calling the background, and the street. The following video starts with the floor, providing diagrams and a glimpse at how we narrate the manual, hyphening the perspective of a mother and her daughter.
We are Alberta Lauritsen, Alice Meyer, Sejal Tank, Sophie Williams, Hannah Rosenberg, and Marianna Janovic, and we are EDIT, Feminist Design Collective. We focus on the enduring biases and hierarchies embedded into the environments surrounding us. Our approach uses design as a tool to support more equal interactions, both during the design process and as the outcome of the finished project.
Biz Fem Art kolektifi, kesişimsel projeler üzerinde çalışan bir grup kadın mimarız.
On vit toutes à Berlin, mais on vient de contextes divers et nos centres d'intérêt sont différents.
Der F-Walk ist ein laufender Prozess, für den wir die Vielfalt subjektiver Raumerfahrungen und unterschiedlicher Zugangsmöglichkeiten zu Raum dokumentieren und diese auf eine körperbetonte Art vermitteln.
My name is Josephine Michau, Portuguese architect living in Bristol. Here, a statue of a slave trader was thrown into the harbor. This is one of our digital archive stories.
Hi, I'm Anna. I'm an artist and I'm the mother of an Afro-European girl.
My name is Mari. I'm an African European designer. I have family all across Europe.
Hola, soy Jorgelina Sabert.
Yo soy Juan González del Cerro, ambos argentinos, y estamos detrás del proyecto Minorities in Metropolis. Jorgelina es diseñadora, yo director de arte, y ambos compartimos interés por la fotografía. Nos conocimos en Barcelona, casualmente en el barrio del Raval.
Okay.
Hi, Erika und Gabriela, Pablo and Fang, or how should we pronounce your name?
Yeah, you can call me Fang. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you.
Yeah. So this is the 5 screens that are public, no? And we are to admit people into the room, or
no, the room. Yeah, there are people already in the room.
Yeah,
because this is the main room. So
okay, great. Yeah. Well, hi everyone. Good to meet you. I'm Josephine Michau. I'm from Copenhagen Architecture Festival, and I will co-moderate this session together with Viktorija. I'm just going to say Šiaulytė, but she can pronounce it better at a later point. So I'm just gonna take everyone through the plan. So context is Future Architecture Creative Exchange 2021. We decided that the moderators, members of the Future Architecture, will just make a short presentation of who we are and what we're going to do in 2021 for the Future Architecture. And then each of you participants will get to, we will present you actually through the film that you made for the Future Architecture rooms, and then afterwards we will we will invite you to unfold your practice and your project more through a mutual discussion. And we invite the audience to write questions from the beginning, but we might not take them until the last half an hour. But let's see where it goes. I think I will just invite you, Viktorija, to make a presentation, to start the presentation, and then I will take it on from there. I'll just try to share my screen. Yes.
So as Josephine already mentioned, I'm Viktorija Šiaulytė and I'm a freelance curator. And today in this panel, I represent an organization based in Vilnius, Lithuania, called Architektūros fondas, and its project this year for a future architecture platform, which we called Sensing Urban Matter. So just very shortly, I wanted to introduce you to our organization, which has been established in 2004. And it has established itself since all those years as one of the key institutions in the architectural and cultural field in Lithuania, promoting discussion and experimental engagement with architecture, as well as supporting growth of communities interested in issues around spatial practices. It operates as a platform, hosting long-term and ongoing projects that are addressing a variety of audiences. So for the professional community of architects, and Architektūros fondas started as this kind of like bottom-up informal community of architects and people interested in history and theory of architecture. One of the key formats that is still ongoing has been curated architecture talk series, but it has been added with newer formats such as, wait a moment, what is not working. Sorry, I have some kind of issue with the. Okay, I'll just keep on talking, sorry. But it also hosts an architecture critique platform and podcast called CEx2021 that is aimed to nurture the culture of architectural criticism in Lithuania, as well as Architektūros fondas has been active in presenting Lithuanian architects and architects in Venice Architecture Biennial by producing its 2 pavilions, the Baltic Pavilion in 2016 and the Swan Pavilion in 2018. But also kind of the most important part of Architektūros fondas mission is also engaging the wider public and citizens in both tactile and experiential formats that promote new and critical perspectives on modern and historical architectural heritage. Therefore, Architektūros fondas has been also member of Open House Worldwide Network, organizing each year a program of opening doors to many clandestine or not so easily accessed to general public architectural monuments. There is also another project that has been going for 8 years, I think now, that's called Traveling Architecture Workshops, that bring hands-on workshops to children across regions in Lithuania, where volunteers together with children create and realize projects for public spaces in different towns across the country. And it is also important to note that Architektūros fondas has been always sustained by emerging bottom-up initiatives, either suggesting or creating context for new formats and ideas to grow. And its goal is to continue being this kind of open and fluid platform for experimental ideas. And this year, Architektūros fondas participates in the program Landscapes of Care with a project, as I mentioned earlier, called Sensing Urban Matter, with which we aim to engage with research across ecology, geography, and architecture, among other fields, and to explore the relations between cities, landscapes, techno-ecologies, and information flows. And as our curatorial starting point, we take that the urban space and its materiality is always connected to wider ecosystems and global networks of logistics through which matter, raw resources, and information circulate. And the idea of a smart city, for example, propels this evolution of these networks by turning urban objects and materials into digital data. But in this aspect, one of the key thinkers that has been important for me was Shannon Mattern, who is a media scholar from US, who claims that urban spaces have combined analog and digital spheres, dirt and data, ether and ore in a smart way since ancient times. So Sensing Urban Matter aims to research new perspectives on the relationship between urban development and natural systems, exploring urban spaces through their material and ecological histories, and the information exchanges they enable beyond the algorithmic, corporate, technology-based smart space. And one of the few questions that we want to address with this program is how could the circulation of urban materials be reimagined in a truly smart way? How can we know cities and their histories anew following the development of their material and technical systems? And also, what are the possible alternative systems of exchange between matter and information in urban space? I think that's it for now. Thank you. And I look forward to hear more about the projects today. Sorry.
All right, I think I will take over and try this. Share screen. I made a little film today that introduces us, and afterwards I will pass it on to the participants. Just a second. Hello, I'm Josephine Michau. I'm the founder and director of Copenhagen Architecture Festival, and I'm just going to give you a short introduction to who we are and what we will be doing in 2021. Enjoy. All right. Copenhagen Architecture Festival is an annual architecture event taking place in the cities of Copenhagen, Aarhus, and Odense, the three biggest cities of Denmark. Every year we have a theme within which we curate a big public program of film screenings, guided tours, exhibitions, workshops, performances, seminars, talks, etc. And this year our theme for the festival is Landscapes of Care, which we approach from 4 different perspectives. One is health and architecture. Another one is diversity, equity, and community. A third is architecture as a climatic care provider. And the last one is looking into the peripheral pioneers and utopia. Our approach is transdisciplinary, and our ultimate goal is to challenge the field of architecture and promote critical thinking, inspire, engage, and increase public awareness of how architecture and urban planning shape our lives and the world, and how our lives and the world affect the other way around. Our future activity this year will be a summer school exploring the intersection between film and architecture, using film as a tool for registration and communication of architecture. And it will be our 6th summer school of this kind, looking into film and architecture. Initially, we had planned to have a summer school in Copenhagen over the course of 10 days this summer, focusing on the intersection of film and landscape architecture from a designer's perspective, using film as a methodological investigation in the landscape design process, and in this way train the participants in rethinking the parameters and potential scope of a design process when favoring film as the medium. However, we have changed the take on our summer school this year, so it will be happening online and have a focus on exploring and documenting inclusive and non-discriminatory architectural solutions in an urban, residential, and/or rural environment. We are about to discuss with the other future architecture members, Maxi in Rome, Oslo Architecture Triangle, and Bina in Belgrade, about how we can collaborate between us, as we will all 4 be creating film and summer schools, although they're on very different subjects. But we will all know more about this collaboration soon. This year, we're looking for creatives for the summer school who knows about the subject of inclusive and non-discriminatory design, as well as creatives knowing about the film medium and how to work in it. But as we are hoping for a physical festival in October, we're also looking for creatives who can be part of our festival, either as speakers, performers, filmmakers, workshop, exhibition producers within the overall theme of Landscapes of Care, which was introduced in the beginning of our presentation. So that's more or less it. Thank you. All right, then I stopped share, and then I just found out I also shared my Word document with you, no? Because I was sharing my screen, or no? Okay, that's good to know. All right, so next presentation up is the project Invisible Landscapes. It's by Uncertainty Network Office, consisting of Zhaoyang Fang and Xixi Ding and Xuanpei Shuang. I'm sure you can, again, pronounce it much better than I. And the group will be represented by Fang today. Yes. I am just going to present the audience with a very beautiful film that you made. And then I'm just going to say share screen again. Sorry, I'm not that good at this. Voila. And that should be. Okay, so I have a lot. Wait. Google Chrome, voila. Okay.
We are an office. 我们是不定型小组。我是方肖阳。丁思琪。庄元培。
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
Office. 我们是不定型小组。我是方肖阳。丁思琪。庄元培。我们来自中国，成立于美国纽约。我们关注空间体系中的不确定性、矛盾性、双关性，在项目看不见的景观中，我们希望展现温室城市化与光合殖民的不同维度与侧面，重审生态种植业中多面的自然与人性。看不见的景观展开了一张温室农业博弈的棋盘。我们试图窥视这个庞大生态产业所谓清洁、有机与可持续的背面。一场对自然、地域、劳动力的掠夺主义陷阱。
All right, so before we give the word to you participants, we're just going to go through the remaining two films. And again, figure it out, shouldn't be, where did I put it? And while I'm looking for Google, I can just tell the audience that in the future architecture rooms, you can find these films and have them see them without us in the on the right of the screen. Can any of you help me here? Google Chrome, voila. Okay. And where are we? Nothing is.
We are an office.
Sorry. Materia Prima. I just need to introduce you. So the project now is Materia Prima, conceived by Erika, Loana, and Gabriela Sisniega.
Materia Prima es un proyecto crítico de investigación que nace a partir de la asociación de la extracción intensiva de materiales del subsuelo y la transformación de esta materia en aquello que llamamos arquitectura.
Registra la pérdida y transformación del territorio, esta constante uso y desuso de los materiales, además de visibilizar el impacto de la industria extractivista y las radicales transformaciones causadas por sus gigantescos procedimientos mecánicos. La Tierra, intensamente energética, su superficie está rota en forma de placas separadas que chocan entre sí. La corteza de los océanos se hunde hasta el manto para hervir en los valles agrietados y transformarse en aquello que llamamos paisaje. La materia está en continuo movimiento y transformación, en un equilibrio constante. Sin embargo, hoy el factor humano es un agente significativo en este sistema dinámico y a partir del área industrial se ha potencializado. Nos hemos convertido en el agente dominante de la transformación del paisaje. El extractivismo y la cantidad de desechos que generamos es comparable al nacimiento de una montaña, la erosión o la formación de cordilleras oceánicas, a un ritmo tan acelerado que solo se traduce en altos factores de destrucción y deterioro. Derivado de estas inquietudes nace Materia Prima. Este es un proyecto de investigación con enfoque crítico que tiene el objetivo de visualizar el impacto que la industria extractivista genera sobre el paisaje mexicano. Sus encuentros nutren un atlas colaborativo de los distintos materiales utilizados en la industria de la construcción y las transformaciones del territorio causadas por los procedimientos de extracción, con la finalidad de comprender mejor el impacto de la arquitectura sobre la tierra. Registra la pérdida de todo aquello que hay con poco valor en el territorio y este constante uso y desuso de los materiales. Después de todo, la arquitectura no es más que un lugar donde todo está hecho de pedazos de otros lugares.
México, un país con una extensión territorial de 2 millones de kilómetros cuadrados. Su complejidad geológica es única. En su superficie podemos encontrar miles de materiales que son indispensables para la industria de la construcción: caliza, tezontle, mármol, tobas, basalto, arenas, grava, tierra, tepetate, plomo, cobre, fierro, zinc. Nos parece fundamental que la arquitectura recupere su conexión con los procesos de obtención de los materiales que utilizamos, entendiendo que el territorio es una proyección de la sociedad que lo transforma, en el que se desarrolla una memoria geográfica, un palimpsesto donde se reflejan las relaciones, simbologías y significados de nuestra sociedad. Entonces, si el territorio nos refleja, ¿qué nos estará diciendo hoy? Si imaginamos una arquitectura del futuro, queremos que esa arquitectura se separe de las viejas ideas del progreso y de la destrucción creativa, que en su lugar incluya las múltiples dimensiones del cuidado en sus procesos. Si hablamos del cuidado, queremos que incluya la observación del paisaje y un sincero acercamiento a su dinámica, para aprender de ella cómo construir sin que la destrucción nos rebase. Queremos una arquitectura que dialogue con el paisaje del cuidado. Si desde Materia Prima podemos difundir y hacer evidentes estos procesos, será un primer paso hacia esa reconexión y hacia distintas formas de ver los ciclos de destrucción y construir mejores estrategias para el presente.
And then we're just going to go introduce a la sauvette and the project Dances Politics. Isn't it down here? Maybe not. Google Chrome.
Materia Prima es un proyecto.
A la sauvette nació a distancia y tiene carácter ubicuo y digital. Aunque los cuatro somos de Las Palmas, la movilidad ha sido una constante estos últimos años. En ninguno de nuestros proyectos hemos conseguido trabajar todos en el mismo lugar y al mismo tiempo. Este proyecto nace del deseo de juntarnos y celebrar, porque ni los directos de Instagram son iguales que un concierto, ni las reuniones por Zoom pueden sustituir el acto de juntarse y salir a la calle.
Chicos, la conga significa para mí muchas cosas, sobre todo alegría. Esto es lo que más se ve aquí en Santiago, principalmente no para la gente pobre. Nosotros nos divertíamos mucho con la conga porque anteriormente tú no podías ir a una sociedad a bailar muy poco. Entonces para los carnavales pues la gente pobre tenía que salir a divertirse.
1, 2, 3 y...
La fiesta es un concepto virtual y físicamente indestructible. La fiesta, sobre todo aquella discordante con el modelo de ocio establecido, ha sido siempre un instrumento de protesta y reclamo de derechos y espacios públicos. Block parties, verbenas, carnavales o festejos populares de cualquier tipo. El baile es una acción transversal a la cultura popular. Nosotros no entendemos el festejar como un acto banal, sino como un acto político. Un derecho legítimo a explorar y reivindicar nuestras identidades colectivas mediante la celebración y la ocupación del espacio público, haciendo de ello una importante herramienta de visibilización y motor de cambio. Pero con la crisis sanitaria actual, ¿qué ocurre con una actividad basada en la aglomeración? Ahora las calles se han quedado forzosamente vacías. El derecho al espacio público se ha eliminado en busca de un lugar más seguro, pero no necesariamente más justo. Entendemos la ciudad como espacio de reivindicación, como espacio de visibilización política. Sin embargo, este modelo se tambalea en la situación sanitaria actual, en la que no nos es posible juntarnos como hacíamos antes. A pesar de los intentos de emular este modelo digitalmente, es imprescindible la existencia de un espacio para la representación, un espacio físico y material donde los deseos y necesidades colectivas puedan ser vistas y reconocidas. Por tanto, no solo es necesario que el espacio público exista como tal, sino que alguien lo tome. Todas las recomendaciones pasan por mantener distancia entre las personas, generando un vacío entre nosotros destinado a estar inutilizado. Pero, ¿por qué no aprovecharlo para llenarlo con naturaleza? Dances Politics es una idea fácil de construir, con pocas componentes. Gente, música, plantas y ganas de bailar. El proyecto no se resigna a la celebración digital. Ocupamos la ciudad y llenamos el vacío con naturaleza. Cualquier espacio público puede ser apto para la fiesta, incluso en tiempos de distanciamiento social. Con una componente física y una virtual en continua retroalimentación, se crea un ecosistema de naturaleza conectado. Una red de vegetación móvil programable es capaz de desplazarse automáticamente, agrupándose en función del número de usuarios y limitando las aglomeraciones. Se crea un espacio público autoconfigurable, capaz de adaptarse a diferentes situaciones y necesidades. Las posibilidades de configuración son ilimitadas. Se crea un concepto de fiesta aumentada, reivindicando su carácter público y democrático, permitiéndonos a todos salir a la calle a celebrar nuestras identidades en colectividad. La nueva normalidad quedará definida por aglomeraciones sudorosas de gente que reclama su espacio a golpe de baile.
Thank you so much. I will pass on the screen and the word to my co-moderator, Viktorija.
Thank you, Josephine, and thank you for the fellows for this very kind of visually rich presentations that you produced for this occasion. And we thought we would maybe open up the discussion with a general question to all of you. As what we have seen somehow in all of your projects, you approach coexistence and cohabitation between human world and natural systems, and perhaps somehow try to map maybe not so positive processes that happen in between. So it would be nice to hear from you. What do you find most important to address through architecture, art, and design, whether speculatively in research or pragmatic experimentation? And what does your practice highlights in this relation between human and natural systems? I don't know, would Fang like to start?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Fang. I'm from an office, and certainly not a work office. And thank you, Josephine and Viktorija, for your questions. So for our project in Visible Landscape, we are focusing on the greenhouse industry and the greenhouse urbanization. So when we talk about greenhouses, we always think about that it is the paradigm for the coexistence between human and nature. But our project aims to question that is it really true? Is the greenhouse really ecological? And is the relationship between human and nature in greenhouses really equal? And we would rather to raise questions rather than the conclusions. And in our projects, we actually, if you can see in the video, we juxtapose the mirroring images and videos of the greenhouse industries. And they are reflecting different or even opposite dimensions and perspective of the greenhouse industry. Maybe one is very good and one is very bad. And we want to present a sort of like objective perspective into the industry. And when we retrospect the history of greenhouses, as we present in the video, back to 2000 years ago in China, and the Rome greenhouses is just to grow the out-of-season fruits and vegetables for the emperor. And in Victorian era and in the ages of expositions, it is sort of like a container for the collection for tropical and exotic plants. And it's sort of like a manifesto for the political and economic power. So it's actually not that related to the coexistence of human and nature. It is into the mid-20th century that after the two world wars, that people are thinking about using greenhouse as a lab to see how people, how the human being and the nature can cohabit with each other. And we can see some very famous examples in the videos, like Climatron, the Petatron, and some like weather factories testing the climatic control system. Yet it hasn't lost for a very long time because it costs too much, and it is not until in 1970s that plastic has been developed all over the world, that plastic greenhouses spread globally, that sort of like greenhouse finally get into everyone's life. But this time it's not talking about the relationship between human and nature. It turned out to be only a food production factory. So our project try to criticize and argue that greenhouse might not be a paradigm for the coexistence, but rather than like economic production. And by doing this, we are questioning the role of architects and architecture. Like, shall we create a new paradigm for the greenhouses and for the microbial system, or maybe we think about the other side of the greenhouses and ecological industry. Maybe we can create more. Yeah. Thank you.
And Erika and Gabriela, your proposal also relates to it very directly in terms of extractivism and our living environments. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, actually, we were trying to look at how, so we are very easily connected with what we build because we are very used to like show construction sites and finished buildings. And as an architect, we have like all these magazines and online platforms where we can see what we built, what we design and how it looks like. But what we found was not that easy to look at or to visualize is the gaps and the voids that are left out when we use the materials there, right? So we extract things or materials from the landscape, and these spots are not that easy or not that visible, at least in Mexico. So we actually, what our aim was to maybe make it more easy to visualize the impacts of the construction industry in the Mexican landscape, and actually like to try and identify how this correlation, if it has any, like a direct one, because what we are arguing is that actually this is
disconnect.
Just separating.
Actually, we think about it, and we think we are disconnect for natural systems. No, as a human factor, we are the dominant agent of the landscape's transformation. And in Materia Prima, we talk about the extractivisms, but also all the things we build, no, like cities or the agriculture, the industries, the waste, the food, all we can produce it's a disconnect, no, of these natural systems. So we try to put in the table, no, to see it.
And Pablo, your kind of proposal is a bit like has a little bit different like access point, because you're like very affirmatively suggesting a very controlled relation between humans and natural elements. Maybe would be also nice to hear more about your proposal.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for having us here. So yes, I think our proposal in this way tackles this problem from another point of view. But so our main concern is to create a strong network between the people, actually, and in this way we want to create secure relationships with the landscape. So we understand the landscape as a canvas to which we can relate, and that enables these networks of connections between the people. So for example, in our project, we want to tackle that from the most immediate, which would be like the vegetation. We leave it open so that everyone can appropriate the project and make it their own. So we create a kind of responsive project in which, as I was saying, like from the most immediate, which can be the vegetation, to the least visible, which might be the type of celebration, the people can adapt this project to their own needs. So we want to create like a flexible system to adapt to every circumstances instead of imposing something. So in this way, I think our approach as a collective also resonates with that, because we have found that after a few projects, we have found that in our practice, we try to approach the design or the projects from a systemic way or from an infrastructural way, in which we don't impose a fixed spatial or a fixed material or physical outcome, but rather we create systems which are open enough for people to accommodate their needs so that they can develop organically through time. And in this sense, we as a collective, we think it's vital to explore different approaches, not only from the architecture viewpoint, because nowadays to confront like complex realities, I don't think architecture can give the only and one solution to it. So we try to focus our problems or our projects within the public sphere and from different points of view. So for giving a solution to this problem in this case, which is that we cannot come together, the solution comes through dance or through plants. So in a way, we try to get all the tools that we need to give answers to certain issues that arise.
And I just, I just wanted to know, it would be, if you have questions for each other, feel free to ask and comment, and also for the audience as well. We're gonna collect the questions and there will be plenty of time to ask. So maybe I would just continue kind of in a round, and I wanted to ask Fang maybe to expand a bit more on this greenhouse urbanization phenomenon, and could you just tell a bit more concretely what's kind of your object of research and why you're interested in it in particular?
Sure. So actually, the greenhouse urbanization concept was proposed by Professor Kelly Stilling at the Yale University, like about 10 years ago. And when we do our research, and we found greenhouses is always considered as a landscape, a natural landscape. But actually, we want to make it part of the urbanization, because all over the world we have around 1,900 square miles of greenhouses. So that's a large area, which is even larger than the total area of Greater Paris area, Hong Kong, New York City, and London. So we can never regard it as like small area, and we need to take the greenhouse into consideration of the urbanization, because it's actually an artificial infusion into the natural. Because greenhouses are always located in the suburb or even rural areas, where it's a sort of like area of exception or exemption. So the regulations is sort of like less or reduced in this area. And when we talking about urban area, we talk about FAR, we talk about different restrictions about the architecture and constructions. But when we talk about the rural areas, about the greenhouses, we rarely talk about that. But we consider it's necessary to take that into consideration. And as we know, in our case study in Westerland in Netherlands, which is one of the world's well-known like a greenhouse industry area, there's a pedestrian from the neighboring community, which is called the grass, not glass. So they are telling us that they don't want like greenhouse anymore. They want the wetland back. So this is one of the very interesting example we found concerning about the greenhouse urbanization. Yep, thank you.
Yes, Pablo, do you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a question for you related to this, to the greenhouse urbanization, because I couldn't help but think also about Keller Easterling's Enduring Innocence when watching the video of your project. Mm-hmm. So I mean, plastic greenhouses are the material expression, let's say, of the uneven development that conquer different areas of the world in search of good environmental conditions and cheap labor. So I wanted to know your take on with the development of technologies and the automation of labor. So how do you envision the future of greenhouse if it doesn't take into consideration these labor issues anymore? Like, would you envision like a better future for greenhouses if labor issues are not taken into consideration, or do you find like other problems that also arise with the development of technologies and automation of labor inside greenhouse?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, Pablo. Yeah, labor problem is always a problem for greenhouse, and that can be reviewed in our another case study in Hito in Spain, in Almeria area. So in this area, there's a great contrast between the two examples. One is the Netherlands and one is Spain, because in Netherlands it has the very advanced technology. They have the interseasonal like climate control system. They have the gas storage system. They have a very advanced computer controlled ventilation system in all of their greenhouses. So they don't need many like labor in the greenhouses. They just need a computer and machine. But actually in Spain, where the largest area of like the greenhouses in Europe located, they actually don't have very good mechanical system, and they just use the labor to control the ventilation. And you know, in greenhouses, it's very hot. So this labor, so the local people don't want to like work in the greenhouses. So they hire a lot of undocumented workers from Africa as sort of like undocumented workers, and with very low salaries and very harsh working conditions. But this can make the production in the greenhouses very cheap. So that's why the Spanish greenhouse food and vegetables can be like overwhelming all over the world. But talking about this kind of labor issues, I have a sort of like pessimistic opinion or views about architecture or architects, because we know we have the paradigm in Netherlands, but the Spanish owners just don't use this kind of architectural paradigm, and they just created their own with laborers. But this kind of situation is actually getting better because European Union and some Spanish local governments have some legislation about the environment protection and human rights. And after that, in recent years, this kind of labor problem has been getting better. So this time, the legislator works better than architects. So maybe it's a good time for the architects to rethink about our role. Like, are we only the form and the space maker? Can we be part of the policy maker or even administrator in this process? And maybe that's a good question for us to think about. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Pablo, for bringing up this question of labor. And I was thinking that's probably very relevant for Erika and Gabriela as well, and this connection and extractivism and the sites of mining and like construction sites in the city. Has that come up in your research as well? And do you have any comments on that?
Thank you, Victoria. Yes, actually, I was getting a bit worried because I think that UN office investigation goes a little bit ahead of what the Mexican landscape or like political landscape looks like. So we're arguing that we don't have enough, or we don't have almost any local policies that are like protecting or trying to protect so environment policies, right? And I think we are just in time to try not to go to this over-regulation over this kind of like the greenhouse methodology or any other ecological, so-called ecological ways of facing the problem, right? And I don't know, would you have any suggestions of how like to look at the political, or how to even start to recommend something to a country that it's that where the extractivist industry is still just going without any rules and yeah, without any limits almost, and we're not even looking at them right now. It's not part of the public conversation. So I don't know, what would you recommend if you like look into a country of the global south?
Yeah, actually, because when we do the research in Europe, like they are sort of like giving us examples, but like my country is from China, so it's also a developing country in the global south. So we have the same problem, and we are also in the process of legislation and making regulations, especially concerning environment and rural development. So we have the same problem. I have to say, maybe in Mexico, we have the same problem. Like a government is taking economic like development as the priority instead of like taking care of the environment. So it is sometimes really hard to work this out without regulation, because law can make people work, but if you just stress something very idealism, like they won't listen to you. But this time, just maybe inspired by Pablo's project, like dancing is politics, and now maybe social media and some other forms of like a movement can also be a kind of like a demonstration for the care of environment. So maybe as an architect, we can be the activists, and we can like organize this kind of fantastic like online talking and debating, so that people can know that the truth or the realities or another side of the future. And maybe that's just a sort of like a simple opinions from now. Thank you.
And I think there's a question from the Zoom audience to Pablo. So Pablo, you probably can also see it in the chat, but maybe I'll just read it out for those who are not in this chat. Your proposal is very interesting because it opens up a number of questions with dancing as a political act at the center and how we relate with certain spaces. I think it tackles a problem we have nowadays, COVID distance, but can be translated to a number of situations too. Any thought? Question mark.
So yes, thank you for the interesting question. So when we first approached the project, we had some talks about what to tackle in this situation, because this specific sanitary situation has put at stake certain rules or certain heritage that we have been that have been coming along the last ages. But we didn't want to tackle the private space in that sense, because I think the public space is a space for representation. So therefore, we wanted to talk this problem of this sanitary crisis from the perspective of the public space. So in this way, I think this opens up the question to other forms of expressing or for representing different collectives in the public space. I think a good reference for that also for our project is the Ride to the City by Don Mitchell. So we tackle the problem of dancing in the street just as a representation of the different political acts that can take place in the public space and how different collectives can present themselves or can represent themselves in public space. So we wanted to raise awareness and raise the question and also give possible solutions to that, not only meaning that dancing is the only possible solution or the only thing we are tackling, but also it could be like demonstrations or just the physical presence in the physical space that we cannot have, unfortunately, through technologies or behind a screen or on a Zoom call, because the physical presence in public space is much more powerful than all of that. And this was what we wanted to reclaim in public space, namely dancing or namely political demonstrations.
Have you tried it out at all?
Not yet. No, to now it's just like an idea, or to raise the awareness. We would love to try it out, but right now it's just like the theoretical research and to raise the awareness.
But probably easy to facilitate.
That's what we are thinking about. Like we think it's a pretty simple system, actually. So even without technology, it could be real, just like separating people with nature, and that would be also working. But I think the technological part is also an important part in our project. So we definitely need to try that out.
So what kind of spatial qualities are needed to realize this project, and technical needs as well?
So what we think is that actually there is not a single need of a spatial quality, because normally how can I say, like the political activities don't take place because they can, but normally because they have to. So we don't envision a certain space suitable for our project, so it can be adaptable to many spaces. That's why we create this flexible or responsive system for that. And also I think that this we cannot, even though we can provide the infrastructure for them to happen, it is not so much about the spatial qualities of the space itself, but about the degree of publicness of this space and the moment when people take it. So I think this goes a bit beyond the architecture itself.
Sure.
And there's another question for Pablo, so maybe while we're talking about it, a question from another member of an office. If we agreed that we're living in the era of losing the right to cities, the term David Harvey created, the lower class are moving out of cities. In this context, how do you imagine the autonomous dance could happen in order to claim the public right? In another word, if the lower class have to take public transportation into cities, is there a new way to activate the dance? What is the possibility that technologies such as Clubhouse could contribute to the claim of putting us in the virtual world?
So that is an interesting question that relates also to, I guess, other topics, such as, I think, as you're saying, like gentrification or poor people moving out of cities. That has much like a larger meaning, but also I think that this public space, well, as I was mentioning earlier, I don't know if that answers the question exactly, but is the place when, like, the physical space is the important one, I think, and I don't see I don't think we can transpose this to a virtual world, even though there have been attempts, but I don't think that the full experience of a physical world can be transposed to a virtual one. And in order to answer the first question, I think that this visibility I've been talking about relates, I mean, it's not something easy to achieve, I guess, but I think the spaces of visibility are the ones that need to be conquered. So, for example, there have been some manifestations and dancing in the outskirts of the city, but I think that there are some certain spaces which have like much more political meaning than others, and those are the ones that make these needs visible in a way. Yeah.
And I wanted to ask Erika and Gabriela, I'm also very curious somehow about the back end of your project, on the research methodologies you choose and like what's kind of your process. But I kind of, what caught my attention is at the end of your video, you kind of claim for architecture that conspires with landscapes of care. So I wanted, and it kind of follows up our discussion maybe, could you speculate what it could be, or how would you translate this more careful approach to distant rural sites where we take our materials from, translated into architecture?
I think actually this answer to this question a little bit relates to the latest question, because we were able to visit the sites and like just register them ourselves. And usually these places are empty or even abandoned. So we were just doing this ritual dancing, actually, which is funny because, of course, Pablo's project made a lot of sense in this like example. And also a lot of these places, these extraction places, are in the countryside. So rural places mostly. And maybe because of the confination, the pandemic measures, a lot of people actually just went out to the countryside. And we suddenly encountered people just with their dogs maybe, or not a lot of people, of course, but I don't know, we kind of see something else happening or something changing in these places somehow. And well, to answer the question concretely, we think that, well, we use this verb like conspire, we understand it like breathing together, right? So how does it look like to architecture actually connecting with or reconnecting with natural processes? So constructing with our hands or with earth, it's an example maybe, but also, I don't know, like just be able to see the impact we're doing, because we cannot care about something we are not able to see or something we don't know. So this would be like the first step, and I don't know if you want to.
We think every material that we use in the architecture has a history, even if it is a geology or industry history. When we realize that when the materials we build something have this history in the natural systems, I don't know, you think in the bricks or the concrete, the lime or the earth, no? In the beginnings of the architectural history, we start to build with the context, no? With all we see in our context. And I don't know if you realize that, for example, the cement industry is the second more pollution industry in the planet. You maybe start to don't doing the same things with a concrete. No, it's only I don't know how you realize that when you use a material has a history, and it starts with in a landscape, no, in a geography, and we have a multiply layers that we are destroyed for only our I don't know, our impact, no, and what cause of the impact is that, no, and I don't know, we start to think about these questions.
As extractivism is so heavily linked with economic growth and urbanization and so on, what would be the solution, or what is are you suggesting anything?
For me, is start to begin to reduce everything, reduce the consumption of the territory or the energy resources, reduce the waste that we produce, no, reduce the or maybe it must be reuse the abandoned places. Here in my city, here in Cuernavaca, there is a lot of buildings that are abandoned. So maybe instead of grown to the suburbs, no, maybe we can't reuse this type of buildings, no, to, or maybe, well, have more public and community spaces, reuse the oil industry in the cities, no, stop to grow, no, to the suburbs.
Is this part of your research as well, and or like where are you in your research process and your methodologies of I think you want to map Mexico, no, on how extractivism is being what do you call it, being practiced, and with which materials, and so where are you in this process?
Well, I think methodology is like snowball effect, you know, like we started very organically, just wanting to register as much as we could, and then we realized we needed help. So we have been receiving a lot of friends' help and collaborations, so we can actually register more places and more parts of the Mexican territory. But as it goes to the answers or solutions, what we think is that this has to be a collective conversation. We don't think any imposed solutions will work at this point. So actually our project is born from a social movement in my hometown that's called Salvemos los Cerros de Chihuahua. That's translated like let us save Chihuahua's hills or something. And they're claiming to protect all the hills that are surrounding the city, because the city is starting to go up, right? In this unlimited growth narrative that politicians won't drop. So a lot of social movements are starting to just trying to protect nature first, like trying to do some kind of limits, like just stop constructing, stop developing. We can reuse, as Erika is saying, we can reuse a lot of space that's in the center of the city's downtown, and etc. But yeah, short answer, we think solutions would be collective.
Yes.
I think there is a very related question again from UNP, from an office to you, Erika and Gabriela. It says, I can see your ambition about reconnecting the processes of obtaining the materials and the buildings. We're curious, what is your next step? Do you have a plan to do it in a practical, related to construction way, like examples of your build without destruction?
Oh, yeah. All the time we think about it. Start with this idea, not to map in the territory. And actually, there are digital tools that are very useful for that, like a Google Earth or something like this. And after that, we go to the sites and take photos, videos, talk to the people to work there. For us, I think the next step maybe is have this atlas with this with all the materials that I can use in the architecture field, like I don't know, cement, lime, this cover, well, no, whatever, rocks, whatever, and our goal is have to a website with this information that we have collected, the pictures, the videos, or the insights, the maps, the research itself, to visualize these materials, how they produces, and how we can use for a more conscious way to use it. I don't know what else.
Yeah, I would say earth projects. So we can actually build with the material that's on our how do you say, land. So just like take it adobe.
The earth thing, the brick with an earth, no,
soil.
Adobe, called
I don't know
in
how
Spanish.
it translates, sorry. But with actually we can just take our piece of land and construct from the material that's there. We're trying to do so. I don't know.
If you think in vernacular architecture, they have this connection with the earth, with the territory, and with the ground. No, so maybe if we start to think in this kind of architecture, it's better for our planet. No.
I would be also curious to hear from Fang, like also how are you gonna visualize the invisible landscapes that you work with? Your proposal suggests kind of online archive of photographies, cartographies, articles, and interviews. So maybe do you have like a vision what that could be, and like what is gonna be the content that you want to produce?
Yeah, we're working on a sort of like online like archive with the same format as the diptych, like the mirroring images, and we would like to make some field trips, but this year because of the pandemic, a lot of the field trip and foundings are postponed, so we are in the middle of it. But other than that, now we are working on an exhibition for the Seoul Biennale this year in September, and we are doing a conceptual installation work for the Biennale, which is called the iceberg and the perpetual motion loop. So we try to visualize this kind of greenhouse industry into a installation. This sort of like we make a Pluxy iceberg as a metaphor for the greenhouse industry, because it's also translucent, transparent, or we can say invisible, but it is also fragile, like the greenhouse. Like the iceberg is fragile and crystal, and the greenhouse industry is also crystal and fragile. So that's a sort of like a metaphor. And we also proposing a sort of like a Möbius loop on the top of it, like sort of like a metaphor for the capitalism and extractivism. Like it functions 24 hours of 24 hours day and night to extract the solar energies and the food productions from the greenhouses and transported to the rest of the world. So that's basically the visual work we are working on right
now. Are you heard by anyone? I mean, are decision makers also talking to you? Are you activists in that way, or how secret is your project, or how open is your? I mean, the Seoul Biennial, of course, is a big public platform, of course, still within world of architecture. Design, but yeah. So how loud is your critical voice in this?
Yeah, because we are at the starting point right now, so it hasn't been too loud in the public. So we want to use like our platform and also the Seoul Biennale as a starting point for our project, because as you can see now it's a very conceptual like project, and it's only a atlas of images and historical documentaries, etc. But we would like to do some like on-site research in different areas. And now our case studies, as we said, like in Spain, in Netherlands, we also want to go to Israel and some greenhouse industry area in China and Korea. And after that, maybe we can coordinate with for currently, we are working together with a Chinese institution, with the research focus on the rural development. So maybe after our conceptual like collection is done, we are going to working on some like practical like issues on the greenhouse industry.
Did you notice there's another question for Erika and Gabriela? It's from Julia Uldal from Sonic Acts of Noticing. And she's asking, how do you countermap, where mapping is used to determine the territory, the ground as a resource to be exploited?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Sorry.
Aha, okay. Okay, so we are...
Maybe Julia would like to clarify a bit herself.
Okay, yeah, it seems as it's not relevant any longer.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let the audience know that we are open for questions. We still have 14 minutes left before the program continues.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for each other?
Maybe I would like to ask a question, Pablo, like because you work, if I understand your proposal correctly, it's going to be a lot of work with this sensor data. And I was just wondering, somehow implementing that in public space have a lot of not such good connotation as well, because public space is already surveilled a lot, and it's kind of, to a certain extent, in some parts of the world, algorithmically managed. And yeah, I wonder, where do you see potentials in your proposal? Like, could that kind of technology be used in different way? Maybe we kind of talked about it, but yeah, I thought maybe just more like kind of about this technological aspect of it.
Yeah, no, but that's a super interesting question, because at first we had a lot of discussion about this aspect among ourselves, because we recognize it could be it could be kind of contentious, like with the increasing of the surveilling capitalism and the control over public spaces. We understood it could be somehow contentious, but technologies to us, like especially data-driven, are part of our everyday life already. And of course, there is certainly a need for further regulation, which again, I think this is out of hand of architecture sphere or design sphere. But however, as designers, we cannot ignore the contribution to enhancing urban life. So yeah, but we need to be critical about it also. So we are planning for extensive social contact between people, rather than relegating this representational role we were talking about to a Zoom call or something. So by doing so, we are advocating for visibility on the city streets, in the material public spaces. So I think we have to be critical about it, and we have to put it in a balance, and then weigh what we can gain through it, and if these things that we are critical about can be regulated outside our field of action, and then try to maximize also the benefits towards what we want to achieve, which again, I think losing it would be much worse. So I think you, with that question, you hit the spot, because we were also very critical about it, but then we recognize the potential technologies have in development, and also in the appropriation of public space. And also the digital part of the project helps us, so I was saying, like, build a fairer environment. And we were thinking of it as a tool for creating like a common base platform that also descends like with the informational representations of space as we know them, such as, I don't know, such as Google, or so we could create like an alternative, and we could create like a network of knowledge to bring the project to more people. So it's also an opportunity to descend with established representations of space, and to fight also for this urban equality through technology, because I think there is, together with the right to the city we were talking about, there's also a kind of informational right to the city, as more technologies and more people live in digitally mediated worlds. So it was also crucial for us to tackle this problem, even though we know at first sight can be somehow contentious.
Yes, I see, when you talk now, I see it's such a great educational, maybe even potential in your project, you know, because of course there's such a diversity of softwares, or like open source, or it could be even exactly as you say, educational element of it, about informational right to the city, like informational right to the public space.
So actually I have a question for Pablo. Yeah, so for your project, it actually reminds me of a phenomenon back in China. It's called the square dancing phenomenon. Like a lot of like retired people, they just did down because they have a lot of time, and they just did dance on the streets and in the square. And at the start, it's fine because it's only like maybe 10 people a group, and now it's getting more and more. Maybe a group consists of over 100 people. So that's a massive group, and that will give rise to some problem to the urban public area, even though it brings democracy, bring about freedom, but it will give rise to the problem like the urban occupation problem, and maybe the noise pollution problem in the urban area, especially in some residential districts. So have you ever think about those problems in your projects, and how are you going to solve those problems?
So I think, well, of course, we didn't know about this specific case, but I find it super interesting, because it also, I mean, it embodies the representation of a certain collective, which normally might not be as visible as some other in the public space or in common places. So they have also, as you're saying, like a voice to represent themselves through the dancing. So of course, this might have also its drawbacks, as you were mentioning. So, but I think that can be tackled through other methods, such as creating specific spaces for doing that, or which are also public, in which they can represent themselves, or just have like kind of a space for joy. So this can be also like a solution, creating certain space for that. For example, in a pattern language book, which was also very interesting for us while we were developing this project. So they refer to different things the city needs in order for it to function correctly. So in the book, they mention like infrastructures at the same level as social networks, or dancing on the streets, or carnival, or different kind of things. So I think this social aspect, or for example, they they propose a specific place for dancing on the streets. So, and I think we could give answers to that through design, but I think what we are claiming through our project is more like giving the visibility to these certain people. So again, I think this would have like maybe more tangible solutions that refer to like maybe designating a specific area for people to do that in order not to bother certain other kinds of people. But I think it's great, this initiative actually.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm being told that we have to be very careful with the time because this is the main room. So at 4 o'clock in 5 minutes, everything will be we will be shut down and not able to speak anymore. And I saw there's a question from Martinez from your organization, Viktorija. Should we move on with that as our final question? All right, I'm just going to read it aloud. It's for the what is it called? For you, Erika and Gabriela, there are some materials which are excavated from Mexico and brought for construction in Europe or other regions in the world.
Yes, actually, we are the third country to export copper to the world. And the copper is used in our devices, like computers and cell phones and wherever we use it. So, well, it's a shame because we have a lot of copper and produce it for all the world. And also the lead and the iron. There we have a very power industry for the extractivism of the metallics things. So explore all these things. Mm-hmm.
But also this is I think a very pertinent question because we don't really know, and that's the problem. We have an idea, a general one, but there's no transparency whatsoever from the public administration of these places. So we are not really aware of the dimension of this problem or this exchange, commercial exchange. So this is one of the reasons why we wanted to start with a project like this that just shows how extractivism in these places look like, because we don't really know what people, citizens and people that are outside in the street, we don't really see these places.
Thank you.
Couple of minutes left, so I can.
Any final note from everyone, or should we say thank you and goodbye? And maybe there's the possibility of organizing meetings outside of this public space as well. Well, I was very happy to hear about your projects and having it elaborated even further. Super interesting, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you for having us.
It was an inspiring afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And see you maybe some other time soon on Zoom or hopefully in person at a dancing party.
Yeah, definitely.
Bye.
So this was the first day of the Creative Exchange, the Landscapes of Care. Thank you for being with us. Thank you to all the moderators. Thank you to all the speakers. And now, don't just leave. I hope you prepare yourself some snacks and these day, you should prepare an architherapy plate. And at the same time, we have some more music here for you, this time live from TerraFolk, a Slovenian folk band, but who actually play anything you would like to hear, who, among others, won the BBC World Music Audience Award in 2003. TerraFolk.
Thank you for clapping hands. Yes, yes, yes. Nice. Well-educated audience. Okay, let's do some pop stuff from Terra Pop program. Yeah, in the meantime, we'll travel through Romania, America, Ireland, so on. don't know much. Don't know much. But I do know, and I know that if you love me too. Thank you very much for applauding all over there. Yes, I mean, all participants, I really appreciate if you unmute your microphones for 10 seconds and give us a nice applause. We like it so much, people applauding to our music. We prepared something special for all participants from Belgium. I don't know if you know it, but it's a very old melody from Belgium. It's called Prince Karel. I believe some of you heard of Prince Karel. It's so famous in Slovenia now. Okay. Yeah, that was for all people from Belgium. My violin is untuned a little bit. It should be a little for folk music. No, it's not true, but we have a surprise for all people from Germany. Some groovy Johann Sebastian, the big one.
We know who.
Yeah, Johann Sebastian, you know who. You know who. 1, 2, 3. This was for all people from Germany, and now I came to the moment when I played all the repertoire that I have with my violin. It's everything I can play with violin. So Baria, it's your turn, and
then take something else.
I will take another instrument maybe. Before we move to Spain and say some hi to all people from there, we play a Brazilian tune called, how is it called, Baria?
Casamento da Raposa.
Thank you. Okay. It's nice traveling, yeah. From Brazil, let's go to Galicia. Pulpo Gallego. Galician tune is called Barria. What's the title? I forget all these titles.
Passa Corredores. I don't know how to pronounce it, so sorry.
So from Galicia. We also have Galicia in Slovenia. It's next to Celje, little village, Galicia. Galicia, and now we stay in that region on the border to Portugal. The tune that we'll perform now comes from somewhere there. What's the title of the tune, Barria?
I just wanted to say, don't ask me what's the title.
Okay, we won't discuss about the title of the tune, but it's on the border from Spain to Portugal, a folk tune we learned 2 years ago. We were there. We always learn folk things locally. we, Baria? Where are we? Yes, of course. We were at the border, almost in Portugal, and now we would like to say hi to all Scandinavian people. Scandinavian people up there. Yeah.
Did you run out of the repertoire with the mandolin?
Yeah, I don't know any more tune on the mandolin, so I will have another instrument, the third instrument today, and we will perform Polska. It's called Monster of Polska. This is Monster of Tuning. You know, we have jokes in music as well, and why? How do you recognize the folk musician? The folk musician is tuning half of the concert, and the other half plays out of tune. This is us, me and Baria, Terrafolk violin duo with Scandinavian music now. Yes, we want to clap hands also in Zoom meetings. It's very important. Yeah, let's do the ending once more so we get bigger applause. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes, once more, yes. Two. Yeah. Okay, you pull out maybe from microphones. Okay, we would like to welcome all the people from England now. Oh, Great Britain, let's say. Some famous Brit-pop band in the friendship with Irish folk. I'm sure you will recognize the tune. Hida heyo, hida heyo. How is your food, by the way? I mean, I think you will respect it this time. It's very good to prepare your own dishes. And now, let's go a little bit back to Spain, a little bit American tourist in Spain, and then we'll move to Italy. Early 80s visit of American tourists at the Spanish coast. And now, only for this event we prepared a little medley of what we consider Italian music. We'll see if San Remo can move to Sicily at one point. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Thank you, thank you. So, where are we? How long is our gig already? No idea, huh? Should we? Yeah. Let's play some more tunes. Maybe we were thinking of doing a Slovenian pop towards the end, and then we can extend or finish with this number. It's a cover, which was originally cover for death metal voice and violin. This is my arrangement for 2 violins. That's how Slovenian pop sounds like. Thank you very much, ladies in Germany. Thank you for all clapping hands. Are we there? Should we play some encore? Let's listen to the audience. Yeah, nice, yeah. One encore, yes, yeah. This wasn't my original idea to play more. I hate musicians on stage when they just come back and play more. I like concert, but I think it's enough. But when I'm the musician on the stage, I'm totally different. I like to play more and more and more and more. Let's play some reels, huh?
Wizards?
Yes.
Thank you, TerraFolk. So this was Creative Exchange Day 1. Join us tomorrow again at 1 at Day 2. The title of tomorrow's discussions is Tools of Care, and we are going to talk about interdisciplinarity, about revisiting histories, and about changing paradigms. See you tomorrow.